Okay, folks, good morning. All right, let's bring this over here because we'll probably end up talking about that when people show up. And it's already kind of warm. Let's see, we will need to plug this little jet guy in. Okay, there we go. All right. One of the only rooms in the house that does not have a ceiling fan. That's it. Other than that, this room is pretty perfect. Yeah, it's pretty good. The other room I had had a couch on one wall in front of the window, so I couldn't really use much of that. Had a corner that wasn't very useful. That's where this thing was. And a small wall, probably, the bookcase was on it. I had about this much space, this table, and that's about it. So this one's like, man, I can use like every wall. So, pretty cool. I'd say the only improvement would be is like if I had a real door, and I don't think I'd still want to airbrush it here. I certainly could put an airbrush station over there. I just don't want to hear a compressor. If you have a misfire, which doesn't happen very often, but they do happen. If you have a misfire, like when I was slinging the sealer yesterday, not knowing, I don't want to have to worry about, doing an intensive cleanup because it's inside the house. So I'm fine airbrushing out there. And the guy had a workbench. I'm like, what else am I going to do on a workbench other than airbrush? I don't do any woodworking, So, this place is pretty awesome. Glad I could share it with you guys. So here we've got Redneck Riviera. And she's pretty much done except for the flag. Okay, so that should take no time, and then we'll work on the next car. We're just gonna tear them up. So, I just have this thing stuck with a little piece of stickum. I may continue to use that as the method of attachment. I may not glue this down. The reason why is if this gets knocked down, it's easy to replace. If it's like solid, this could snap. I have a different issue. I'm just kind of trying to plan for incompetence. Sometimes the incompetence is my fault. I get clumsy, in a hurry, playing the game and stuff like that, and you clip something on the way to grab something else, So, I try to keep the game moving, but I'm guilty of it. I don't like it when it happens. I say an expletive or 4. But, it is what it is. Let's go grab a vehicle that has this little flag on it. Let's grab, how many do I have? Yeet Hog has it, and also Old Ben has it as well. Let's see, let's grab Yeet Hog. Yeet Hog. Damn it, I've already started calling it that other name that was suggested, which was a fine name, because I'd already made a decision. I don't mind taking other people's suggestions as long as it's still up for debate. And you can take mine as long as I get credit for them. Alright, so this is the flag that we're going to do here. The end of it is cut off. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to start, let's paint the whole thing dark blue, and then we'll do the stripe in gray. It's a little challenging the way that little crimp is, but I don't want to do another flag. I mean, it's, you know, that's pretty cool. So this one actually turned out really well. Not to decal. Not that I'm opposed to doing decals, but I haven't really gotten into printing my own decals yet. I got a little bit of a headache. Let's take care of that. I'll be right back in just a moment. The blue I used, was it Admiral Blue? Or was it True Blue? I think it was Admiral Blue. Admiral Blue brought up. I'm pretty certain. It's got to be close enough. Good morning, Ben. Well, I went to Walmart, and I wanted to take a video, but there's enough weird people at Walmart. I don't know if you were on here yesterday when I was talking about weird people at Walmart. The previous time that I went, but I went again yesterday. I went to a different Walmart, and I'm not a conspiracy person, but if I was a conspiracy person, I would say they're starting to put metal plates in people's heads. And there's something in around the entrance of a Walmart that triggers the metal plate to have people to have conditions. Because I'm saying you encounter people there in Walmart you never would see in outside in the world. So, you know, I encountered like people that are talking to themselves, like, you know, they're running out of the damn stores. Like, what the fuck's that guy have? Like, get me the hell out of here. You know, like, freak shows. Anyhow, so I go to Walmart. I've never seen that much Hot Wheels inventory, ever. They had the entire Hot Wheels area, which is relatively big, completely stocked. They had an end cap, or kind of, not really the end cap on the end, but like inside there's an area maybe this wide, it's like 2 pegs, man height down, or woman height, man height all the way down, full of cars. And then in the middle of the aisle there was another section where they were all like loose. They were like stacked like like on a shelf, one behind the other, maybe 5 deep. And that was cool because you could just like look over and see if there's one there you didn't have, which is how I found Screamliner, which I didn't have this thing. This is like, I couldn't leave this thing. I'd never seen that. So, I actually had picked up another set of the ones that I have that had the, not this jungle set, this set, not the jungle set, but the one that had the Mustang and everything. They had like 4 of them. I'm like, man, I should get another one. It's $6 and I could use it for the undercarriage. I'm like, calm the fuck down, you know. Maybe I was getting excited because, you know, I only have 281 of them, you know. But I ended up just getting Screamliner. But they had a really good, the truck must have just come in. But, yeah, from 2013. Made in Malaysia, but you don't get a little elephant. The elephants, I guess they started putting them on later. Maybe they did it after COVID, and that's the only good thing that happened after COVID. You just got your 15 million Japanese out to Prime and figured I would get some valued input. Did you do a mix of the green and khaki uniforms for your ones? I never did any Japanese. I never got around to them. But I would totally do a mix. Totally. Well, first of all, the way I paint, and I'm not suggesting you do this, but the way that I paint, I kind of mix my own colors anyways, so they don't always come out exactly the same. So if I was going to do uniforms for the Japanese, I would probably do. There's one of these colors that's called Japanese uniform, and it's got a lot of green in it. Here it is. It's got a lot of green, almost like a faded Africa Corps color. You know, because the Africa Corps tunic is actually, and the pants are actually olive colored. But, you know, they're bleached in the sun, sandblasted, you know, everything else, they change. So I would probably do half of the uniform in this color and then start adding, I mean, look, they're kind of close. I would mix and match all kinds of different colors that are similar that you have. You know, like here's khaki, this Japanese. I mean, if you use Vallejo, there's a ton of colors that are damn near the same. Middlestone's probably another one. And I would do like, I would never do the shirt and the pants or shorts. Do Japanese have shorts? I don't remember. But the pants and the shirt, I would never use the same color. So that would be a tiny little bit of contrast. The other alternative is if you wanted to do, this is what I would have done a long time ago because I don't have all these colors, which you don't need all these colors. Disclaimer, the only reason I have them all is I invested my sales in something and I'm like, let's just buy the whole Vallejo range, you know, 25 years ago, whatever, when they first, 20 years ago. And that's the only reason I have this, man. It's just like a starting point to start varying the colors a little bit. But I would take this color and, like, let's say that I wanted to use this as the core color, you know, the main color that you darken and then you bring up to this and then you lighten past it, you know, the zero on the number line, so to speak, of shading. Is I would take this color and maybe add a little bit of brown to it and make my own intermediate shades and then go up and down on the number line as well, you know, darkening it, getting up to that color and then lightening up. And those little bit of variances make a huge difference. I would do that with everything. I did that with the British. I did that with my Germans are that way. You know, you look at German uniforms and they're all, you know, everything from like bright, like a reed green to, you know, gray. And that just gives them a lot of personality. That's what I would do. I would probably do all the helmets the same color, whatever the color is. But I never got around to doing the Japanese. That doesn't mean I'm not going to. I want to. The Japanese figures I have are freaking awesome. You know, they're not very PC. Even more of a reason to do them. A few of them look like two of them look like what's that guy's name? The little Irish guy in Breakfast at Tiffany's. Not that I've ever seen that movie. It's not a movie that appeals to me. I'm a straight dude. Why would I watch that movie? Mr. What was his name? Guy, the little Irish elf looking leprechaun dude. Well, by the way, I am not a fan of. I'm not a fan of like really small people. I'm not scared of them. I'm just not a fan of them. Can't remember what his name is. You know what I'm talking about. Used to be in all those classic movies. What is his name? The little Irish shrimp. Not that I got anything against Irish people. I really don't. I had those 3/4 length pants. Ah, yes. Culottes and what are those things called? I don't remember what they're called. Culottes are just long shorts. And then the 3/4 length capris. That's right, a bunch of little capri guys. They wrap puttees up to, or they did at one point. Yeah, I actually like the puttees seem really impractical, but they actually look good. I think they look pretty decent. You have the New Hellion book on the Japanese uniforms in the other room, but it doesn't go into colors. Bastards. Oh, and you watched The Eagle Has Landed last night. You loved it. Oh, you'd never seen it before? It's a great movie. It's a great movie. Now we can talk about the things I don't like about Eagle Has Landed. There's not many. I don't really like Donald Sutherland. I don't. Now, I understand why he was in that movie. He's just fucking creepy. You know, he's just... I don't dislike him. I just don't. People really love Donald Sutherland. Maybe they just like hippies commanding tanks in other movies. I don't know, but um, I think that, and I love Michael. Michael Caine is fucking awesome, and so is Robert Duvall. And Robert Duvall plays a good. I mean, he plays. He did a good job playing a German. I am a little tired of, hey, let's make a movie with Germans. Okay, what's the guy's name going to be? Oh, it's got to be Steiner. Oh, you can't use Steiner. They use it in every movie. Right. I'm right. We'll use Dietrich. No, no more Dietrichs and no more Steiners. Like, you know, get some creativity, dude. Mickey Rooney. Yeah, Mickey Rooney bugs the fuck out of me. Never liked him as a kid. What's wrong with you? Were you touched by somebody that looked like Mickey Rooney? Well, he is the right height. No, I was not. Oh, man. Eagle is there. That's a great movie. That's a great movie. I don't remember if my daughter watched it. I'm pretty sure. And Larry Hagman. Larry Hagman's little part in it was freaking great. The thing that's really memorable about that movie is, remember the two guys that had the bazooka? Had the bazooka team, and the one guy would load the bazooka and he'd tap him on the head when the round was in. That was a good movie. Made the Germans appear a little too good, though. I'm just saying, there was some decent people in the German army, maybe, but it painted them in too good a light, And besides, what good would it do to assassinate Churchill at that time? You need to do it during the Battle of Britain. Then maybe it would have made a difference. All right. Yeah, bazooka tap part. It was cool. It was cool. It was a good older movie that still was good. I mean, it's not perfect, or anything, but it was a decent storyline. I don't think Michael Caine did a great German accent, but it wasn't horrible, right? Like he made some kind of an attempt, kind of like I don't remember actors' names. I don't ever think about them unless they come up here. James Coburn in Cross of Iron. James Coburn in Cross of Iron, which I saw again probably in the last 2 years. The thing about Eagle Has Landed. I forget who plays. Was it Donald Pleasance that plays Himmler? Man, that fucker looks like Himmler. I mean, that's not a compliment. Hey, you look like Heinrich Himmler. Thank you. Trust me, it is not a compliment. I was going to say, you racist dweeb. I don't really promote racism, but can we just agree that the Nazis are calling a Nazi a racist is not fair to racists. I mean, Nazis are way past a racist. Racists don't send people on a one-way train ride. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's some may, but I'm just saying that's just, Now, I was heard on the show, Tony was promoting racism. No, I'm just saying that there's different levels of evil. You're also listening to Sven Hassel audiobook, The Legion of the Damned. Oh, is that the World War I guy? No, it's not. You know who I'm thinking about. The one that's the Storm of Steel. That's not Sven Hassel. Sven Hassel is the, isn't that make-believe, yeah, I think that's what it is. It's that make-believe, it's written by a World War II soldier or something like that. It's like a make-believe group. Yeah, I've never read any of those. Let me know if it's worth reading. I thought he was supposed to be creepy in it. He was playing an Irishman, after all. Well, that's not fair. Although leprechauns are kind of weird. You know what I mean? Like, you know, leprechaun stuff is like garden gnome stuff. 97% of the time, it's like, that's a creepy old shriveled motherfucker. Why would I want one of those on my lawn? And then sometimes like, oh, that one's cute, you know. There are quite a few creepy Irish people, though. Now that I mention about it, I personally don't have a problem with Irish people. I've never had one yet. The guy that plays Littlefinger, I don't like that guy. Maybe that's why they got that guy, because, you know. All right, now we got to go here. Irish actors. Okay. And full Irish actors. I'm not talking about people like Fassbender. I like Fassbender, although I don't know that he has a lot of range. But you could probably say that about any actor. Cillian Murphy. I've never seen him in anything. I don't like the look at him. He's too gaunty. I don't know. Yeah. Colin Farrell. I don't like Colin Farrell. Sorry. Liam Neeson. I think everybody likes Liam Neeson, other than the ironic part that he is so anti-gun, but can't make a movie where he cannot make a movie where he's not shooting guns. Barry Keoghan. Don't know who that is. I'm not even going to attempt to say this lady's first name, because I am not even a quarter Gaelic. The Ronin girl. I don't know who she is. Paul Mescal. Not with that name, you're not. What would somebody be named after Mescal but then be Irish? That doesn't make any sense. Andrew Scott. Don't know who that is. Michael Fassbender. There he is. He's only half. Brendan Gleeson. I feel like I know that name, but I don't know who he is. Jamie Dornan. He doesn't do anything for me. Ruth. I'm not going to say her last name, because that just sounds too close to something else. Oh, okay. The Gleason brothers. Got it. Yeah, I don't like it. They're a little too redheaded. They're kind of, creepy. No, there's not that many. You start getting into people that you don't really know. I love doing St. Patrick's Day stuff. I like seeing, if there's like a store, like you go to some place where it's like an Irish store. I feel like the need to, I get zombied and go in there and want to look. I mean, even though it's not, I don't know, there's just something cool. If it was a Scottish store, I'd do the same thing, or an English store, or a French store. I guess I'm very pro-Western European. Sorry. Yeah. What about Eastern Europe? I don't know. They don't have Eastern European stores. Oh, they have a store in St. Petersburg called Vladimir's. And it's a cool store. They got a lot. It's a Russian store in there. Next time I go down there, I'm gonna go in there and see if that old crone. There's a lady in there that must own that must either run the mob or owe the mob money. She is not happy. The Sven Hassel book is pretty good. Yeah, it has like multiple characters, right? And they all have like like this guy wears a Russian coat. You're basically like misfits. Kind of like there's a couple of those guys that are in Cross of Iron. And Cross of Iron might have actually been this Sven Hassel book, now that I think about it. But you like that Cross of Iron where the Hungarian guy that never washed. You unwashed Hungarian. That kind of stuff. I think it's got characters like that in it. Now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah. And you guys always pick on the Welsh. I never met anybody that was Welsh other than this one gentleman that came. He's, you'd love him. He's an awesome guy. He is really a cool guy. What's his name? He's got an odd name. He's got a unique name. Anyways, he's a wargamer. He's a hell of a nice guy. But there's lots of people from the United States that are dickheads. I even met some of them yesterday. I'll say this again. We all have more in common by how we were raised than what country we live in. It's true. Bad news is this craft paint is so odd to work with. You have to thin it down to get it to, not gum up really when you're using it. That by doing so, it takes longer to dry. So I'm gonna have to paint this and then move on to something else. Yeah, you saw Game of Thrones. Littlefinger character was terrible. And he's just a lot. It's just one thing like being somebody who's like a bad guy. Like if it's one thing if you're a bad guy, it's another thing if you pretend to be a good guy, but you're really a bad guy. That's like not on the same level, you know? You know? Being dishonest is like the world's, it's like the worst thing. Like, oh, I can count on you. Yeah, I count on you to stab me in the back, you know? I'm surprised at some people. The guy that ends up playing King Geoffrey in that, right? If you ask people, most hated character ever, and I've seen these online, his character that he plays, whatever the actor's name is, which I think he plays really well. He's like a Caligula type character. I see that's the first thing. Caligula, right? Maybe not the porn version of Caligula. That was scarring when I saw that. Anyways, I rewatched it again a couple years ago, and it wasn't so scarring. But we've surfed since then. We've surfed on a lot more things. I've seen a lot more things on the internet than when I was 18. But that's that guy's top list of people that are that are disliked characters. And I didn't dislike him that much because I read enough about history, and I know that history is filled full of people like that. It's not like, oh, this guy went too far. Like, no, he didn't. There's people, history is filled full of people that behave that way. Or like, or that behave like Commodus in Gladiator. Filled full of people that way. Right back. You also learned that the death of Stalin and Chernobyl, they lump the actors by accident into nationalities of the characters. Really? Well, I'll wait till you come back, because I got something to talk about Death of Stalin. I am not a fan. I am not a fan of that movie. Especially when 90% of the people that I asked about it said they loved it. I hated that movie. I hate it is probably too strong. I wouldn't watch it again. There's no way I'd watch it again. And I really like Jason Isaacs. You know, I see something with Jason Isaacs and I'm like, oh, I'll watch that. Except Harry Potter. Isn't he a Harry Potter? I can't. You know, he doesn't show up in the first 20 minutes of the movie, so I never can make it to him. Not a Potterhead. All right, did we dry yet? Oh, we're getting there. Okay. So who's going to be next? Well, I went looking at Walmart and saw a vehicle that I almost bought, and then realized, I think when I was surfing around yesterday, there's some vehicles when I did my count that actually aren't included in that count, and I don't mean ones that are bundled together. I've got another couple of vehicles that I specifically saved for my Africa project. And one of them that I have actually fits the bill of the name that I want for this vehicle, which I came across this name doing something else. Like I was looking for something and it came up. I don't remember what it was I was looking for. But, I know what it was. It was a meme. It was a meme, and in the bottom of the corner, sometimes you'll see a little commentary on the meme. Like you'll see a meme that looks like, man, this is obviously some kind of fake news type thing. And the bottom it says, the bottom of the corner will be, you have to really look for it. It'll say, April Fool's joke or something like that. Not, but it'll say like a little comment like, hey, it's like a disclaimer, right? Like a meme disclaimer. And, but if you don't look down there, you think that whatever this is for reals. Let's make sure that I got more sleep last night than I thought I did. All right, let's see if this is dried yet. Yeah, I think so. So what I'm going to do is we're going to make a little mix. We're going to leave the blue alone. I like putting all the colors where they need to be in a darker shade of them and then bring them all up so you can even everything out. Sketching, so to speak. So let's get a thin brush, probably the thinnest one I have. Get some white out here. Black's already here, right? Yep. And all right. Let's make it a little bit darker. We need to get this in the correct location. So the stripe is going to go from this corner, and there's ripples here, but the one that's here is not going to alternate the angle because it's straight up and down. And this one's straight up and down too. It's this one at the end that you've got that curve at the last minute. So it's going to start here. And then go here, and I don't know what the F it's going to do at that point. We'll have to leave that for later. Okay, and likewise, we'll get to that same point. This will go to the corner as well. Okay, and then this is all even. Yeah, it's kind of crimped up here in the corner. I think I'm just going to kind of ignore that. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to paint it kind of faded. I think that's going to be the right look for this. Like, maybe it was originally supposed to be rectangular, and it got ragged, and they just cut the end off or something. I don't know. What's the background story of that? I don't know. What are we looking on this one? This one's got crimp issues. So, it'd probably be less work just to print on a flag. But I have this thing. It came in one of these sets, and I just needed to find the right thing for it to go with. So yeah, here we get to that point, and then it starts crimping up, so it probably needs to take a big turn there. Painting flags is not my first rodeo, and I actually enjoy doing it. Okay, so I think it looked like it was going to be more trouble than it is. So let's just widen this. And there's some people that, I don't rub elbows with actors, nor do I want to. I don't really rub elbows with famous people, nor do I want to. But there's some people that probably have gotten a really bad deal, and people think their folks are a certain way, and just for the characters that they play. Like, for instance, like the guy that played the child catcher in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, like, nobody's gonna let him around kids. Like, it's just like, it's just like, man, this guy was a terrible, and this character that he played, like, I don't like him. And it's like not really fair, it's just a role. Like, there's several people like that are like, shady like that. The guy that played this child catcher or whatever that guy's name. He was like an Australian ballerina or something like that. Dance guy. Dance dude from Australia. Of course, I saw that as a kid. That's an older movie, but the 80s, 90s equivalent of that actor, the guy that I lumped together, and I don't remember what this guy's name is, and everybody knows who this guy is. I have his name, the name of the actor on the tip of my tongue. And it's the guy that always plays Littlefinger type, but like more evil than Littlefinger type roles in the 80s and 90s. I'm going to look up what his name is. And you guys know who this is. And he might be a great guy in real life, but he always plays folks that You wouldn't want anything to do, like if you were a character in a movie, like you wouldn't side with him, you know. And no, I'm not talking about Ronnie Cox, although he falls in that category. Um, Michael, Michael Wincott. Michael Wincott just seems like he always plays characters that are terrible. This dude, he was in a shitload of movies. Always plays the same type of, like, I don't want that guy. He was in that Robin Hood movie that people liked at the time but hate now. I haven't seen it in a long time. He was in that Conquest of Paradise, which is a terrible movie. I know, we'll get that French guy to do Columbus. I don't know, he's probably been in a bunch of other things I can't think of right now, but he always plays, guys that are like, don't trust that guy. Yeah, 1492, I don't think there's a single Spanish person played any of the Spanish characters. It's like, did we complain? Yeah, I don't think anybody. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't remember liking that movie. Boring. Okay. That's pretty much centered in the right place. Man, we got a slow Sunday. You guys are out doing a honeydew list. My condolences. Whew. This blue is shiny at this stage. I think that looks pretty good. Now, I think I still need to make it a little bit wider. Man, where'd you go? You must have taken a big Duke. I. That's a little better. That's a little better. Yeah, people that get typecast and always being, the bad guy and stuff like that. Who's the other guy? It's always the bad guy. The Canadian guy, which I didn't find out until recently he's Canadian. Shit. I just gotta look. I just gotta look it up. He's always plays a henchman. He's in late '80s movies, '90s movies. I mean, the '80s movies really need to be split into two different categories, at least for me. Early '80s and then like late '80s. So like half of '86 onwards is like late '80s, because the stuff I'll watch something from like '83 and it's like really dated. Like it'll look pretty. What is that guy's name? Oh, there's a whole bunch of people here that always play. I pulled up RoboCop. He looks like he's not in RoboCop. And I said Ronnie Cox. I thought, oh, RoboCop. Well, I don't think he's in RoboCop, but I thought he was. But there's some people that are in RoboCop that always play bad folks. Kurtwood Smith always plays. I didn't know that's what that guy's name is. Yeah, he always plays seedy guys. He looks like he should be related to the guy off of The guy from Alabama, what's that guy's name? Nobody's listening. I'm rambling about interesting things. Um, Ray Wise. Ray Wise always plays shady fuckers. Um, Kurtwood Smith looks like that. The guy that's in that. It's the forehead. ¿Cómo se llama that thing? Kurtwood Smith looks like Walton Coggins. Looks like they could be related. Totally. I never thought about that, but I don't really think about freaking movies. You know, movies just people watch it and shows and stuff like that. Although I watch a very small amount of television on a daily basis. I probably wouldn't watch any if it wasn't for the wife. But anyways, the guy I'm thinking of, I forget what the hell his name is now. Who was the sergeant that was in? Wow. The movie with the freaking aliens, with the freaking bug attacks. Man, I'm getting Alzheimer's just from watching them. What you have the version of Star Trek Troopers. You have a version of Alzheimer's. What? Just for movie characters? There we go. What's his name? Michael Ironside. Michael Ironside always plays, bad henchmen. Like, oh, Michael Ironside's here. Okay, he's a bad guy. You know? And he may have actually not always played bad guys, but everything I have seen him in, he plays a bad guy. Except Starship Troopers. And if I remember correctly, he wasn't necessarily a bad guy, quote unquote, in Starship Troopers. That's about as good as he ever gets, And he dies for it. Well, I think he dies in every role. I don't think Michael Ironside can make it out of a movie. We're going to cast you for this movie, but you're going to die. Yeah, I knew you were going to kill me. I knew you were going to kill me. You'll be killed in the movie role. Okay, I think we've got that X where we want it. X marks the spot. Alright, I need to get more liquid. A twinge of a headache is really annoying. I'll be right back in a moment. Let me go refill on this. Okay. Yeah, I'm not used to. I don't get headaches very often. I used to. I want to say my late teens. I don't know. I really don't get them very often. And I always try to figure out like why I got a headache. You know, did I have enough caffeine? Did I have too much? Did I have too much sugar? Did I have too much salt? You know, am I dehydrated? That could, try to figure shit out because it's not bad at one. It's just kind of annoying. Oh, you know what it probably was? No, it's not in my neck. But I sat at the counter. I wasn't on last night. Well, I painted a lot yesterday, but I wasn't on last night because I was helping the wife doing a project she wanted to work on, and it was at the counter on the island, the big island. That's what I should call it. What's the name for? Oh, I guess it's just called the island of Hawaii. Hawaii, not Hawaii. I don't say it the stuttery way. Hawaii, the big island. I think it's just called the big island. Yeah, the big island, on my big island over there. And the height isn't this. Like this is like I would call damn near the perfect height. Sitting with you're not super erect and you're not hunched over. And I could comfortably sit here for hours. I've done that. And Kona. Is it called Kona? Welcome, Snow Dog. Is it called? Really? Is it? I've gone this whole time and not. I mean, that's a great name for it. Wow. God, I hope you're right. Big Island. I even like Kona beer and Kona. Right? Is it Kona the beer that I like? Whatever the Hawaiian one is. The Hawaiian beer, Big Island, Big Island of Hawaii. I'm not putting a fucking dash in there. Hawaii. It's bad enough to put I next to each other. The Big Island of Hawaii name. No, it's not called Kona. But you know what? I say we call it Kona. 'Cause that's a better name than it's the Big Island of Hawaii. Like, that just adds confusion. Is the only island I visited where I was young. I think so. Sheesh, I better be. No, you're not right. But you know what? You ought to be. I'm going to go on Wikipedia. Here's what we're going to do. On even numbered days, I'll go on Wikipedia. Or, well, if you want to take the even numbered days, that's fair. On even numbered days, one of us will change the name in Wikipedia to the island of Kona, right? And then the other one will take, and we'll. I'm sure there's people that are like, I don't do, nefarious shit online, right? I don't do that. But let's just say I live in a town that has a indigenous name, okay? I've lived in the bigger town nearby since 1981, basically my whole life, right? And since 94, I've worked at a business in this town that I now live in. There's a couple different ways to pronounce it because they name it after people that are no longer here. It's the American way. They come in, conquer land, make peace treaties with people, break them, ship people off, and then go, you know what? We really feel sorry about all the sins that we did. Let's make it better by naming things after people that are no longer here and would be the ones that can pronounce it correctly. It's the American way. I'm not saying I would do that, but there's lots of things in that category that fall that. The name of this town has an indigenous name. A First Peoples name. That there's multiple different ways to pronounce. I've worked in this town forever. I've always pronounced it a way that I always hear everyone pronounce it. Except 3% of toothless fucking wonders, okay? They pronounce the last letter separately, not as part of the name, kind of like Hawaii, and it sounds ignorant as fuck. I don't mince words. It sounds ignorant as fuck when you hear it that way. And if you go on the Wikipedia page for this town, the pronounced way in that page is the ignorant as fuck way that 3% of the people, not an official poll, 3% of the inbred rednecks want to pronounce it that way. So I went on Wikipedia and changed the pronunciation. And like within 30 minutes, it was already changed back to the ignorant way. So fuck those guys that post things that are absolutely wrong. We're calling it Kona. You know, if it's not named Kona, why is it called Kona Coffee? What's the beer? Is it Kona beer? That Hawaiian beer is fucking excellent. Is it Kona beer? Yeah, the big wave stuff. That shit's great. You know? Yeah, it's okay. That reminds me of I don't know if this is your first time here, but welcome. I had a history class in college. It was probably my first history class in college that I took in because when I was finishing up high school, I did dual enrollment. So it was a college level class. It was a 1,000 level class, Western Civ or something like that. That I was taking in high school. I'm not saying that because it was difficult or anything. Like, history is like an easy thing for me, except when it comes to writing papers. I hate writing shit. Right? I like learning stuff. I'm really good with dates. I hate writing shit. But anyways, he would give you these exams. Like if the exam was like on a Friday or a Thursday or something like that, on Monday we'd go over the exam. And this particular professor, I don't remember what the hell his name was, he would give you the right answer and the right-wrong answer. So in other words, the answer that isn't correct, but should be, or almost is, or it's made to kind of confuse you, you know. So that would be the right-wrong answer. Kona is the right-wrong answer. You should change it, you know. Let's you speak here. Oh, I'm. Why is the big island of Hawaii not named Kona? Look, it came up. I don't make this stuff up. The Big Island is not named Kona because Kona is only a district of the leeward west side, not the entire island, and the island's proper name is Hawaii. I'm not putting that dash in there. Big Island. It is a nickname used to differentiate the island from the state of Hawaii, while Kona is a region famous for coffee and tourism. Kona means leeward or dry side. Almost every island has a Kona region, which is why the main town on the Big Island is called Kailua Kona to distinguish it from Kailua on Oahu. Oh, they put a dash in Oahu as well? I'm not going to pronounce it that way. It's still freaking Calcutta to me. I don't care what they change it to. Yeah, I'm old. It was always Mount McKinley. I don't know. I think, God, we need to start a campaign. You know how to shoot a rifle? Let's go. They only have sticks in Hawaii, you know? First of all, Kona is a cool fucking name, right? Kona beer is great. Some of theirs are like IPAs, and I've mentioned many times I don't like IPAs. The Kona stuff is good. Even the IPA things, Kona's good. There's a restaurant in Jacksonville. I think it was in Jacksonville. It might actually be considered Orange Park. It's a barbecue joint, and it's like I don't remember what the name of it is, but it has an island theme. Like Tahiti, luau kind of thing, but it's still like American barbecue, right? Like they might put like pineapple and shit and things, but I don't know if there's a Spam barbecue there. But anyways, I don't know if there's that, but they have a wall where you can refill your own beer. which I haven't been to too many places that have that, which is a shame. That's a really cool idea. And they stock all the Kona stuff. Or they did. I haven't been there in 7 years or something like that. Yeah, cool shit. Yeah, they named the island wrong. They named the island wrong. You too, man. Thanks for coming by. So anyways, we do a lot of right wrong answers here. Like, no, that's the wrong answer, but it should be. It should be the right one. Yeah, it's one of those things that always stuck with me from college. Whatever that, I don't remember what the name of that professor was, but the right wrong answer. Like one of those, like, the right answer doesn't make sense. This one actually makes sense, even though it's not the correct answer. It should have been. Kona, yeah. You're not wrong. Showed up in the 1940s. You're going to rename this island. No, we want to call it the Big Island. Fuck it, we're letting the Japanese take this place. Have fun. I'm sure they'll treat you guys just fine. Just like they're always arguing about Taiwan. No, it's Taiwan. No, it's not. It's this. I said, keep it up and I'm going to call it Formosa. We'll go back to the original Portuguese name. Right? I think they're the ones that are named after the Portuguese. The Portuguese give it the name. Which, now that I think about it, I wonder what it means. Because I speak Spanish, but not Portuguese. Portuguese is like, twisted Spanish. Sometimes you can make out what it is, and sometimes it's not that close. This takes a while, but I really don't mind painting flags. I paint flags, shields, putting nicknames on things. It's not quick, but it's satisfying. What the hell happened to Ben? I think he ran his mouth about the Irish and the IRA came for a visit. I thought it was Girl Scout cookies and the IRA took them away. And just for the record, I don't have anything against the Irish. I don't support terrorism of any kind, regardless of who it is, but I don't have a problem with the Irish. And we talk a lot of nonsense here for humor purposes, of course. You haven't figured that out. Yeah, my Irish tradition is always to do painting on. I always have a St. Patrick's Day painting edition. I don't know why. I'm not even remotely Irish. I'm maybe in spirit. I don't know. In spirit, get it? I'm Irish in spirit. Well, the Irish are too. In spirits. I say that and I'm like, I like to talk about drinking, but I never do. But now that I mention that, I did have a beer yesterday, so maybe it's the beginning of a problem. Not really for me, because I behave better when I'm having a drink. But we went to in an Asian place, a pan Asian place. I guess pan Asian place is probably fair to call it that. And it's like, oh, they have Japanese beer, having a beer. And that kind of started when I used to always get a soda when I went to restaurants, and then sodas got ridiculous in price. Well, this didn't happen yesterday. This happened like probably 7 or 8 years ago. Even before the dreaded 5-letter C word. It started being like, like, oh, this soda's like $3. I'm like, $3? Well, how many am I going to have? Well, the service is shitty, so you're only going to get 2. Like, I'm not paying that. Yeah. And it's a fountain drink, so you never know what you're going to get, because it's a cartridge and a mix, and if the mix is off, it's, they don't taste the same as like they do out of a bottle. So it's looking pretty good. I'm making them Scots. I could have done a Scotch flag for that, but that would be on a different vehicle. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten that I have a Scottish vehicle there to do. It's coming. I did that big unboxing to find out what the hell I got in that nearly 300 cars. And actually, one of the main reasons I did that is one of my viewers, I don't know if he's on here yet. Time for you to get up? Yeah, you get up early. I don't have a CRV. I thought, I'll build your CRV. Just to, include people in my antics and stuff. And I didn't have one. As I realized, I got 2 RAV4s, and I put RAV4s and CRVs in the same category. No offense to either one of the 2 brands. It's just, I just kind of do, And I was mistaken. It was, again, the wrong answer. And I think I did a search for it. Hot Wheels isn't going to do something like a CRV. It's a little too mundane of a vehicle. But with that said, so Matchbox normally makes the more mundane vehicles. Cars that he got sequestered by the Irish. He's tied up to a chair somewhere. Oh, we heard you saying things we didn't like too much. You're going to have to give us a secret password. Ben, tell him it's McGillicuddy. It's McGillicuddy. Did I finally go? No, I've got it. I haven't printed it out. I've got an American guy I'm going to make in my World War II, and he's going to be, obviously an Irish guy. Last name McGillicuddy. He's going to be a McGillicuddy guy. This just always seemed like a silly sounding name. Okay, so let's see. 1/64. Not that they're exactly 1/64. 1/64 die-cast Honda CRV. Team U, no. Ooh, they sell one on eBay. Wow, we're running slow. Oh, because I'm sharing the internet with myself. Okay, let's get off the... This is a 2019. Yikes. I love Tomica stuff, but... Images. I don't think they make one. You pick. And it's not like a weird vehicle that, like, I mean, it's a popular manufactured vehicle. You know? Have to get one from Japan. Yeah, the mother-in-law had one. The aunt-in-law, is that a thing? It can be a thing. You're back. Sorry about that. I thought the IRA had you, man. The IRA came in and knocked on your door. What do the Irish call anybody who's not Irish? You know, just like you would be like a Gentile. What is a Gentile to the Irish? I don't know. Is that even a thing? All right, let's put the red in it. Which red we doing? That's one that's kind of orangey. So that's probably the scarlet one. Not that one. That's flat red. No, the bermelon, the French red, bermelon. That's supposedly in Spanish. I speak Spanish and I don't know what the fuck that is. Berry melon. I speak uneducated Spanish. I never went to school with it. I don't. Yeah, we'll go with this one. That'll work. It doesn't have to be exactly the same color. I had you tied to a chair. I want to know what the password is. Alright, gotcha. McGillicuddy. I bet most people don't know. I know this is going to surprise you. Maybe it doesn't because people are ignorant. I bet most people don't know that Ireland is divided. Which I'll be honest with you, I forget about the Northern Ireland people. Sorry. You know, no offense to you. I'm sure you're nice people. You know, the Belfast folks. I forget it's there. They don't have a special holiday for that, do they? It's like, okay, well, here's St. Patrick's Day for everybody in 75% of Ireland or 80% or whatever it is. And you guys get a separate day. You guys get like the day after. You got like the scraps of whatever it is. Not sure on the Irish folks in our area call people off-comer if they haven't lived here all their life. Well, what are the other ones called? Natives? There was a big thing. You don't see it more. You don't see it as much anymore. But in the '80s, I remember there would be people in Florida that would have a vanity plate. Vanity plate is a license plate. So we live in a free state where you don't have to have two license plates. You just have one, and it's on the rear. So if you want to put one on the front, it's called a vanity plate. You can do that in this state. In other states, or they're totalitarian and they make you buy two of them, right? So if you put a vanity plate, it's got to be like on the corner of your car or something like that, like they do in Japan or something like that. But anyhow, There used to be a vanity plate that was really popular in Florida. It would have the silhouette of Florida, because the license plate of Florida had the silhouette of Florida, and then would have your license tag superimposed over it. So it had the silhouette of Florida like it was a regular tag, and it would say native. And my dad hated seeing those natives. And the only natives in Florida, they don't drive cars. They're smoking the stuff in their teepee. What the hell you lived in? But those have kind of like faded away or whatever. Even I consider myself a Floridian, born here, but I did 3 years in a state that wasn't Florida. I guess technically, yeah, it's like, if you spend your whole life in a state, but then you commit a crime and you get sent to a jail in another state and then come back, are you still lived here your whole life? I don't know. I've never worked in another state, right? I've always paid taxes in this one. I consider myself not a native. I don't consider myself native anything, but usually we just use the demon. Oh my God, you're gonna make me look things up. Jesus, what in the Oxford is going on here? Of whatever village or town you're from, demonym. We won't talk about demons. Anyways, man, you missed a lot of stuff. We renamed the island of Hawaii. All kinds of shit. Off-comer. Off-comer sounds like somebody who gets excited about things they shouldn't. Yeah. Man. Yeah. Many of our ridiculous conversations here. Yeah. See, if I was from the old country, I'd probably say, hey, we should make a deal with the Irish. Well, what kind of a deal would that be? I said, we'll help you take over the whole island. And in exchange, let's get rid of Portugal. Let's just consume Portugal. I said, next time I have a conversation with somebody who doesn't come up very often, it's like, why isn't the whole of Ireland one country? I agree. And why does Portugal exist? Or Andorra, like the Spanish and the French don't want those people. Just let them live up in the hills with the sheep, An Oxford comma enthusiast. County Cork for Cork. That Oxford comma, that is the one influence that I had from Phil. Before playing DBA, I always put that last comma in. And Phil fucking broke me. He didn't do it intentionally, but nowhere in DBA, I could be wrong, but Phil is a cheapskate when it comes to punctuation. If he can get away with not putting a comma, I don't know if they charged him by the micrometer of ink in the rules. He wanted a minimum amount of ink, but he does not use a da-da-da-da-da, comma, no comma before the end. And I was pre-DBA, I always put it. Now I don't. I just flat out don't. And my wife called me on it somehow. I said, I don't use it anymore. I looked it up. You can do it both ways. And Phil Barker, she's like, who the fuck's this Phil Barker guy? I don't know. But he's the one that broke me. I'd never done it before then. I still don't use semicolons though. Semicolons just shouldn't exist. I don't like seeing them. You know, they should both be commas or both be. I like I like colons. Easy. Where's this conversation gonna go? No, I like colons in writing. I don't like semicolons. Either be a whole ass, not a half ass. Why is that Carter called the semicolon? Because he's only a half ass. No, true story. Phil Barker, reading DBA, I don't use that. I don't put that last comment in anymore. However, what he didn't change is I don't write the Chinese things in Wade Gillis because I don't like words split up like that with the commas. You know, I don't write to sow. I write cow, which I really should like the old one because I don't like the commie bastards, the modern commie bastards, and that's all. You know, that's all modern commie bastard stuff. But I guess I swing both ways. Some things I like the old school ones, and some things I like the new ones. But you know, you start searching for things using the old spelling of Chinese names, and you can't come up with all the searches. You know, you got to use the pinyin, not the Mandarin stuff. Yeah, but Phil Barker was the reason I don't put that last comment anymore. Go look through the rules. He doesn't use it. The punctuation cheapskate. And it's taken a long time, but it'll turn out good. You don't have to redo it. But I don't think I'm going to permanently attach it. I think I'll put a little piece of stickum on it. That way, when you brush your hand over it, it doesn't hold tight and snap in half. Although it's pretty resilient, but. Oh, trade County Cork for Cork. That's what that is. I thought County Cork was down in the corner. I thought Cork was down in the southwest. I could be wrong. Nothing should be named Cork. There's no Cork in Ireland. I don't think. Yeah, it should be called Cork County. I was right. Yeah, that's where Cork is. I can't believe they drive on the wrong side of the road in Ireland. I thought for sure they'd be like, oh, we're not doing it the English way. I do miss the Odago and his antics, though. oh well. It's not like they're sold. They're up there for safekeeping. Let's bring the blue up equivalently. It should still be there. Yeah, let's use one that's a little bit bigger. I don't like using the really detailed brushes on things that they don't need to be used on, because brushes will eventually start misbehaving. They'll start getting, they'll unfurl themselves a little bit. You don't need them to split and stuff like that. You don't need them to get in the wrong shape when you need them the most. So anyways, what I was saying is that when I did that count of all the stuff that I have, there is one of the vehicles that I saw. There's some vehicles that aren't in that count, and they're ones that I specifically saved for, that I got for my Africa project. Like I've got like this long like limo like thing. It's like a Lincoln Continental, like something you'd see like Kennedy or something like that in. It wasn't open top, but it's closed in. I saved that one for the dictator of the country and stuff like that. So they could get used in the game. And I saw a vehicle that I specifically saved for that, because there's not very many mundane vehicles that there's probably more mundane vehicles now than there was, I don't know, 12 or 13 years ago when I was looking for those. Stuff to populate something like a 1960s type of, African type nation. They make these like supercars and stuff like that. So like all the Johnny Lightnings that I've had for a while, like a Camaro and a GTO and things like that, they're like from the 60s, and they look kind of more mundane, even though they're kind of muscle cars or whatever. Somebody would in the Congo wouldn't have one of those. It'd be like they wouldn't be exported really anything. But there is one vehicle that I have, and I saved it, and I think I'm going to convert it into a Gaslands vehicle, based solely on a name that I came across on a meme. It was you look at a meme, and down there in the right corner there'll be like it's usually written in white, like this is just for jokes, or not real, or completebullshit.com. That's not one of them, but it would be something like that. There'd be like a little disclaimer in the bottom somewhere, it might even be in the top, on that meme. So if you look close, you're like, oh, this is bullshit, just completely, whatever. And there's one of those bullshit terms that I think that would make a great vehicle. And we're going to probably do that. I'm not saying we're going to do that next. I'm sure we're not going to do that one next, but it's we're gonna put a pin in that. And I knew somebody that would use that terminology all the time. And I am guilty of, if I'm somewhere around someone that uses something profusely, it'll stick to me. And the next thing you know, I'm using it. There was a guy that I knew that I would get together with him kind of frequently. And he would say, well, I had an English teacher, for instance, that would say, or what have you. And the next thing you know, I'm using it. And I don't like that or what have you saying, but it's stuck onto me. It gets magnetized onto me. But this guy that I knew, he would say, what was the saying that he would say after everything? Sort of thing. I'm going to go, do this sort of thing. Everything sort of thing, sort of thing, sort of thing, sort of thing. And he was like, if you talk to him for like 30 minutes, if you had a conversation for 30 minutes, he probably dropped this sort of thing 15 times. Like, it's enough that it's like, it leeches onto you and latches on, not leeches on. Leeches on, I guess, would be something else. And, yeah, so I'm definitely, things can stick to me, whether I want to or not. That's why I'm not allowed to go to Boston. Accents and things like that I only spent 48 hours in Britain, so I didn't come out with some, weird, discombobulated type of accent. But, if I spent some time there, I guarantee I would come up with some, I'd morph into something. And my wife will say something like, why are you talking that way? Have you been around a lot of bubbas? As a matter of fact, I have, ma'am. Mighty Morpher. I'm sure I have my things. But anyways, this guy that I knew would say, I'm going to put a pin in it. He said it multiple times. I'm sure I have my things that I say. Without even knowing. Honestly, I should have used a different blue. I'm like exhausted from how wet this is. Just to get it to work its magic. But anyways, I had picked up another set of this set that the wheels came off of. The set that comes with, that's the jungle set. It comes with this one and the lifted Mustang. And, I took them apart yesterday morning. And I noticed when I got my set, the place I got them, I'd never seen it before. And I picked up the one they had. And I'm like, oh shit, they got like 3 or 4 more. Like, maybe I should pick up another one just to use as the undercarriages. And I'm like, nah, if I need it that badly, let me use all that chassis. And then if I go through it, then I'll pick another one for the chassis. I'm buying repeat vehicles. It's very different than if I bought a set that had really cool chassis and I didn't have, and then I could justify that maybe. But I'm buying the same set again. I'm glad I was able to use the Jeep. The Jeep for the undercarriage on that Jeep that's oversized for this. Is it the undercarriage or just the wheels? No, it's the undercarriage. This is now a Willie's Jeep. No, it's not. So, I think this vehicle actually came with wheels that are worth a damn too. So we'll pass those on to something. I have very few vehicles that I've switched the wheels out on them, but I definitely wanted this to have more rustic wheels on it. And I am going to do a Carolina squat truck. For those of you that don't know, that's the young redneck thing where they make the front of the vehicle a lot higher than the back. And I'm not sure what the reason is for. I think it's, I don't know, a traction thing. I'm not sure. Not an attraction thing. I think a traction thing. Who are the rednecks of Britain? Are there like redneck people in Britain? I guess maybe they could be everywhere. The rednecks of County Cork fighting the rednecks of Lancashire. I'm sure there's redneck equivalent. It's probably not the people that live in the south of England either. Britain. Here I am again. England. Britain. Okay, this is looking pretty good. Yeah, I'm looking at this and I'm saying Britain. I'm like, man, it's starting to look like the Union Jack. I'm like, well, wait a second, hold on. I'm like, yeah, there's some similarities, but this is just a rebel flag with the colors reversed. Actually, this is the part I don't mind. I don't really like painting something in just one color. When it comes to doing shadings and folds and stuff like that, that's fun. That was fucking great. I'm not gonna lie to you. I miss doing shields. I really do. I missed looking up the shieldry. You mean heraldry? No, I mean shieldry. I'm sorry, I meant shieldness. Man, that army's got really cool shieldness. The other thing that changed when I was growing up, I swear when I was a kid, you go to somebody's house, and they would frequently have. Did they? Or am I making this up? Or am I unintentionally making? I want to say that back in the day, people would like have like their heraldry and stuff in their house. Maybe people just don't give a fuck anymore where they come from. Well, I have mine, but it's not up. I probably should put it up here. Considering it looks cool. It's not like a bent over guy playing a horn out of his ass. Yeah, I guess if you've got, somebody, picking the heraldry of somebody picking cotton or, blowing a horn out of his ass, you probably wouldn't want people to know about that. Or Mitch's pot plant. A plant in a pot, literally. Like, okay, well, I'm not dying for that. I'm not dying for that family line. That looks. That doesn't look bad. That doesn't look bad. Maybe just a smidge brighter in a few places for the folds. Just a little lighter than that. There we go. That's the high point, and then there's another one there. Yeah, I'm doing this, and I'm like, man, I wouldn't mind painting some 7 Years War flags. No, we're not going there. All right, let's do the same thing with red. We took a close-up picture. I don't know if anybody's listening. I think all you guys got sequestered by that already. What makes you think they're not coming for you? I said, I got green eyes. They'll leave us for last. We're the last to go. I think it's going away. Not too watery. Not too watery, but not too gloopy. And I think in this case, I'm not going to use white because I don't want it to turn pink because there's white right next to that color, and that's going to like make it blend too much. I think we're going to use our new Vallejo flat yellow that I used for the first time yesterday. I was really happy with it. This covers a lot better than the Army Painter. I think the Army Painter yellow is more beautiful, but Yeah, this definitely has more pigment. Yeah, that's good. That's good color. Hit this on the highlights. Fuck, that looks good. And I was like on it. And I'm like, trust the process. Trust the process. Don't, you know, do your best, give it a fair shot, and then decide if you need to cry-uncle. We need to clean some of the white up so that it's evenly distributed along the stripe. A little bit of cleanup. Let's do that. Let's do that now. And we're not going to go very bright. You know, it's easy. It just takes patience, and it takes, you know, practice. I mean, look how long I've been working on this flag. I mean, it's been an hour, you know, maybe. It doesn't happen overnight, but you want to do something that you're proud of, and you're not like, man, I should have just taken a longer time doing it. Well, how about take that longer time? And I'm not that way about everything. There's some things that just isn't worth my time. I'm like, fuck this. You know, I'm not gonna spend a lot of time on whatever it is that I might not spend a lot of time on. I can't think of it right now, but there's certainly things that I'm like, nah, I'm done. Cooking. That's why I don't cook. That's not worth my time. I gotta paint flags. Yeah. I don't usually have to clean things up very often. I don't mind. It's, you know, it's not difficult to do. It just saves a step if you don't have to do it. And yeah, I'll show you close up when I'm done, if you want. This brush is in the stellar stage. There's a stage on a brush. You know, obviously a brush that ends up being good. You start using it and you're like, I don't know if this is going to make it. And then it just like, it's in a groove. And eventually you'll get one, like, a couple of hairs that start misbehaving, and then you have to, you know, use it for non-such precise things. But this thing is like kicking ass right now. I have one of those visor things that I would use if I had my contacts in. I don't have my contacts in right now, so I'm looking at everything through like +6, magnified 6 times. And those visor things, like, I don't work. They do. The problem is you get a headache, or at least I get a headache after using them for a while. I don't know if they can permanently fuck up your vision, but you know, just looking at things when you're nearsighted, like it's like relaxing. You know, I've got to like squint. I got to look and see what you guys are, writing up there. But, you don't get a headache from it. As a matter of fact, my headache is going away. Probably didn't have enough water. I'm drinking too many things that have caffeine in it, I think is what it is. And it's just out of habit. But not coffee per se, but I don't drink anything that doesn't have caffeine in it. I do at work, but I don't drink straight water at home. Like, why? I should, but drink things made of water. But all right, let's get this little stripe up here. Let's make sure that we're not too watery. So the first thing you had to get used to when I made the switch from working with plastic things, from working with white metal things, is you have to grab things really lightly. Because otherwise you're like, yeah, it looks a little ragged in a couple places and I like that. I'm not gonna be able to see that. Let's get a photo. Ooh, let's get that. Yeah, it doesn't look as great when looking up close. It's been weather beaten, you know? That kind of shit happens. Okay. Now we need to paint, now the tricky part. We got to paint this while not holding on to it. How the F we're going to do that? How about we use our helping hands? Let's not do that. Let's, this is a little too, oh, you know what? I got that little tweezer that'll clamp down on things. I think I should hold it hard enough. Strong enough. That little clampy thing. Not that one. That one's too tight. I really should put this one by itself somewhere. I only have one of these. Yow. What the fuck was that? That was pokey. Oh, you're here somewhere. I got a lot of these things I need to get rid of. You know, I bought a set of like these tweezers from like Amazon or whatever, and they're a piece of shit. They got this rubber on them like that doesn't come to a complete grip. It's like not very good. That's what you get for buying things sight unseen. Oh, it slipped all the way down here at the bottom. That's why, because it's not very tall. Yeah, this thingy. I only have one of these. So, alright, I'm going to use the little boy's room, and then we'll continue making the mast. Okay. Yeah, this is going to exert too much pressure on it and crush it. It's just 3D printed, so it's not. I don't know that I can get away with that. It's putting a lot of. Let's just go down here. All right, I think I'm going to make this, since it's going to go on here, I think we're going to make this. Skeleton bones, probably a good color, like gray, but not quite gray. Using an army painter color. We'll see if I will regret that. The colors are great, the coverage isn't the same. I've certainly used them many times. I've got a handful of them. Not counting my washers. The washers are great. I don't know, does Vallejo even do washers? They may, but I'm certainly not gonna like reinvent that wheel. No, we need more black. It's toughen up the army painter by using Vallejo with it. Toughen up the adherence of it. Alright, now we do it again with a little bit more of the skeleton bone and less of the black. And it's too wet. It's too wet right now. Yeah, so we need to design this car before we build it. I'm going to go ahead and put the final touches on this. I know we designed it outside. Let's put it down on paper. This guy here. Just confirm that the shotguns have the correct pricing on them. All right. This is like at the wrong place, like it's, there we go. Redneck Riviera. Okay, it is a car that is 12 points. And it has 2 build slots. Oh, gotta leave them open. Gotta be consistent in how you do things. Okay. 2 build slots for Redneck Riviera. All right. It has rockets. Rockets, I believe, are 5, but I'm going to double check. We don't want to. I mean, ultimately, it doesn't matter. I set up the fucking scenario. If you don't like it, then don't pick that one. You know, it's not that close of a game. You know, if you're worried about winning that badly, you can get a fucking life. Okay? 12 points. So rockets. Rockets are... Oh, we need to make this brighter. Okay, rockets are 5 points. And uses up both of the slots. Okay? So... Oh, shotguns are 4. I don't have a vehicle with a blunderbuss. That just sounds like something like... Yeah. shotguns what this thing is. 2 shotguns. So shotgun times 2. Okay, and that's going to be a total of 8 points. So now we're at 12 and 5. 12 and 5 is 17. It's 25 points. So we got 2 points left. That was like the main thing. Is there a perk, a 2-point perk that fits the look of this vehicle? Come on, double tap to zoom out. There we go. Trying to get better at that. Let's go to the beginning. Double barreled is 2. Boarding party is 2. Road Warriors 2. It's not dead weight. It's not barrel roll. It's not Chrome Whisperer. It's not any. No, it's none of those. Horror ones are worthless. You could use ChatGPT to make other perks, but we haven't exhausted the options here. It's not Deadeye or Loader. Not fully loaded. Not rapid fire. And there's nothing precision about this vehicle. It's not a pursuit vehicle. Reckless. I don't like this Hog Wild perk because it only applies if it's a wipeout step during a collision. It's like, not in for a penny, not drive angry. It's not speed. That thing doesn't exude speed. It's definitely not technology or tuning. Alright, so let's go back to the beginning where we had 3 choices. I'm probably going to choose the one that had the least number of vehicles that have it. Double barreled, I think. During this vehicle's attack step, up to 3 weapons with the crew-fired special weapon may gain a +1 bonus. Not bad, but it only has a crew member of... Well, I could add a 3rd crew member. I could do that with points. 3 people. That ain't bad. That's not actually a bad choice, is to actually add a 3rd crew member. So that's an option. Double barreled vehicle attacks up to 3 weapons with a crew fired special weapon may gain a +1 to hit. Well, it only has 2 crew members. So you're not fully using that. I'm not saying that that's not really an option, but boarding party, this vehicle ignores the distracted rule, meaning this vehicle may attack during the attack step even if the vehicle is touching an obstacle, including another vehicle. So you ram somebody and you're stuck to them, you can still attack. Or if somebody attacks you, that wouldn't happen, but not on its turn. That's not bad. That one's not bad. What was the 3rd one? Road Warrior. I'm not doing Road Warrior. I have too many things that have Road Warrior on them. So between those 2, or really those 3 things, or adding a 3rd crew member, I don't have very many cars that have a 3rd crew member, although this does not have another set of doors. Buick Riviera does have a back seat. I'm going to add an additional crew member. That brings us to 27. And what I'm going to do, so I don't lose these things, misplace them, is I take a photo of it. So when we make the actual sheet for it, I won't be like, where the hell are all my sheets? Because I got caught up. Now there's 9 vehicles I have that I have not made the sheet for. And I can't really stop what I'm doing now and make the sheet now. And I haven't really finalized how I want the sheets to make. I've got ones that work. They look okay. They could look better, which is why I haven't laminated them. I have a laminator, and they'll be. I probably want to make them smaller. I want them like a 3.5, maybe not 3.5 card. I want them still big enough to put dice and stuff on them, but I'm not convinced they're gonna look, and they're not in their final positioning yet. All right. And I haven't seen anybody else's sheets that I like better than mine. I don't think that a lot of people are using them. I know that the biggest thing is just having them color coded. Have the background color of the sheet be the most common color. Like, for instance, this would be a pink one. This would be, one that's gold or yellow or something like that. So it's easy to find. Like, we got multiple vehicles. Like, you're going to go to the color first, more than the name or anything. There's still a little picture of a little photo of the vehicle. All that is all winter. I want to get the fonts and everything right. I'm not. Maybe I'll do that in a couple days when the wife is away. Not that I can't do that while she's here, but it's like, get the fonts how I like them. Use AI, probably use AI. Oh, you're using AI. Yeah, there's a lot of anti-AI people. And I don't like AI if you're going to make fake videos, right? But it can help you with doing shit. All right, let's see how this fucker looks. And you guys you're taking a back seat. You're like, man, let's see what Tony's going to run around and ramble about stuff. I will. I gotta stay engaged. Touch that up. Ah, wrong one. Almost too precise for that. All right. Sorting paints. You have any paints? One of the guys was asking me, like, they needed something to sort paints, and I really like the way my system is, even though I'm not buying one. I can't. I would not recommend buying this product. It was just way too. It was expensive. Well, it wasn't that expensive. It was a pain in the ass to put together because it came in the MDF color. This thing here. I mean, it's good, but I wouldn't buy another one. I spent a week putting that thing together, and it works well, but it shouldn't have been. That's one of the most difficult things I've put together. Okay, so here we have Redneck Riviera. Oh, what did you send me? You know, that's the worst thing about Florida, is the bugs. Is the bugs. Because, you know, like, you're hot, okay, whatever. You know, not whatever, I mean, it sucks, but it's like, you know, it's a thing. You know. Let's see if we can get a decent photo. This thing had good lights. I never painted the lights. I mean, there's nothing wrong with them. Alright. I'll put my glasses on so I can see what I'm showing you. And it is a Buick Riviera. And the Redneck Riviera is the part of Florida that is just swampland and, you know, and bugs like that. I think this is one of my favorite cars. Disclaimer. Lots of people like Fire Marshal Phil car. I'm not impressed. I was impressed that I covered up the letters. It's just too monotone for me. You know? I mean, I know that's how it's supposed to be, but, you know. That's a little bit more exciting. And after I clear coat it, it'll look even better. I mean, it looks the part. That really looks the part. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't played a game yet using these things. We haven't played since January. It's just too difficult for me to, you know, get together. I mean, it's not necessary. I'm not poo-pooed about it. By the time we play again, I'll have double as many cars. I'm fine never using a car twice. I'm all right with that. Okay. Another car done. Forgot how many I had. 80 something. I was disappointed. I thought I had more. All right. Candidates for the next car. That one's been brown washed. That's why it's a candidate. I have a batch down here. Here's another redneck mobile. But I don't know what this is going to be called. And I know what that one's going to be called. So that's why that one's going to be in. I just don't know what the hell it's going to be armed with. And I actually might make this a compact car. There's a compact car subclass and whatever that other set of rules are. So let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at that. take a look at. I forget what the hell it's called. And I don't know how it works because, like, if you look at what is it called? It should be on here. I really need to find out what this is. So if I go here, and there's a link. On a notification that I have a few days ago. Reset me to the top of this thing? Come on, this guy has an unusual name. Easiest way to find this. Easiest way to find this. This guy right here. Gaslands Comprehensive Overhaul. Okay. Gaslands Comprehensive Overhaul. Okay, so if we do a search for Gaslands, maybe you can help me with this. Gaslands Comprehensive Overhaul, and you click on it. It's a Reddit. Okay? So if you click on that, there's a link here. There's a link here to the article. If I click on this, it is a google.com, how to read this document. I want to download this, but there's like no button to download this fucking thing. Like if I come up here, open in Chrome, desktop, translate, it's none of those things. If I do this little, there's a link to it, and I can copy it. I guess I'm going to hit the copy button, and I'm going to go to my own, I'm going to go to myself on Facebook, and send myself, I do this all the time, and send myself, paste it, and then send that. And now I have a link to that document. And I'm not bad with computer stuff, but some things on the phone are a lot easier. Some things on the computer are a lot easier. I'm sure I would have been able to right click. So here's this, they added this vehicle, thank you, of a compact car. It is light, like a buggy. It has hull points of 6, like a buggy. It has handling of 4, like a buggy. But it has a max gear of 5 instead of 6, unlike a buggy. It has a crew of 3, but only 1 build slot. That means you can never, a compact car can never have rockets, but a buggy can. Okay, whatever. I mean, you know, well, it does have rear doors. Okay, so the alternative would have been to call this a car. But it is kind of smaller. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to like run it. Oh, it's not usable to use in an actual event. I don't care. I just want it to be balanced. So are we willing to not put rockets on this thing? Well, you know, we could make this a 17-point vehicle. Right? So if we did, if we made this a compact car, right? And it's 6 points. It's got one build slot. You know, you can't put a ram, like, you're done. I wasn't going to put a ram on it anyways. But you're going to have one weapon. We're going to put a weapon, and I'm going to give it a perk. Now, if I want to keep it at no weapons, if I'm going to make it if I make the weapon turreted, there's a good chance that we're going to go over the number of points. Let's take a look at the weapons and what we haven't used. I don't want a super modern weapon. And then you could always just use it as a regular car if you wanted to, but I don't want to put rockets on it. I can't use it as a although I need more rocket vehicles. That's definitely something that's underused. I need more flamethrower vehicles. I don't think this is going to be a flamethrowing vehicle. I know it's not going to be a flamethrowing vehicle. Let's go all the way back here to page 193. It's handy to have this on the bought it on the Kindle. I mean, it costs like $8 or something. So let's say it's a perk that costs 2. Oh wait, it's 13 points where I need to get at. Okay, so if I have a perk, if we save 2 points for a perk, that's 8. We can add a weapon that's 5. Well, I don't want to do another chain gun because I got too many damn chain guns. A flamethrower's 4. Combat laser. It's just not a modern looking vehicle. I don't know that I want to do a combat laser. All right, it's going to be a half point category, right? It's going to be a half point category. So what kind of things do my half point category cars have? Okay, well, Bangers and Crash has a ram on it and is armored. That's it. The other one that's a half point category, I mean, you get 2 for 27. Instead of having a 27 point vehicle, you get 2 of these guys. The other guy we have is this guy. Whatever the hell he's called. He just has a turreted machine gun. So it's not like it's super powerful. So maybe give this guy a big weapon, but that isn't turreted. A big weapon that's not turreted. Well, you can't carry rockets or a bazooka. That's 2 build slots. I could, but then I wouldn't be able to. I'd like the option to have a compact car. If I just use a heavy machine gun, that's 3 points. We're at 9, and I'm 4 away. I could do a 4-point perk. Or I could do like slippery and a 4-point perk, and a 2-point perk. That's with keeping it at what? 3? Okay, let's see what we got here. Let's take a look at. I mean, this would work, but I got too many vehicles with chain guns. So, where did I pick up that paint from? White paint on it. If I was going to do rockets, which I can't, something like this would work okay on the roof. There's lots of stuff that's cool. So No wonder I can't close it down. We got stickum in between it. Wow, this is actually at the right angle. Kind of. I'm going to use this. I'm going to put this in the passenger seat. I've had this thing for a long time and nothing for it to use it on. It could be a heavy machine gun. You know, it could be a weapon that just does just damage like a heavy machine gun. Yeah, we just need to trim that down. All right. I've been looking for something to have. Usually it's like that. It's the windows at an angle where it's like shooting up an aircraft. This one's like flat. These weapons. This weapon comes from Britain. This is from a company called Auto Duel, I think is what the name of it is. These are the first weapons I bought, and they're great. But you know, they're in Britain, which means they're expensive to get over here. We're going to keep the windscreen on. We already glued this. Did we glue this thing together? Yeah, we did. We glued this thing together. Got glue in there just fine. We're going to have that. I want to say we should put something on the back to make it look like it's a little different. Where'd my little box go? Here we go. I've got maybe not this one, but I've got one a little smaller than that. I can put that across the back. It doesn't do anything. It looks like something. I don't know how you people that have carpet can do this hobby. I have no carpet. And it's still a pain. Ooh, this wouldn't work, would it? No. may not be here. It may be here. I have at least 2 of them, and I haven't used either one. It's not quite that. How'd this come out of the bag? I don't know what is in here. I know exactly what it looks like. It almost looks like a little gate. I don't want to dump this. I think I'm going to have to. And I found it. I knew I had one of these. I think I'm going to cut the ends off and put that there. Anything else you want here? I don't think we need any. Yeah, it's got a guy in the back seat. You certainly want that. Want that. Be able to shoot out of there. That front that I said that it wouldn't work. This one. Stupid. So the other alternative is put this on the front and work this cannon, or whatever this is, through here. I mean, the reality is like, okay, this isn't big enough for like a 125 millimeter cannon, and it's too big for heavy machine gun. So you could call it a minigun that behaves like a minigun, even though it's, you know, something in between, right? And we're going to put mesh on this, on the doors. Put this on the back. Or would we rather have mesh on the front and this thing, which I've been trying to use for a while? A minigun is 5? You know, I could use a minigun weapon that is just not, it doesn't look like a minigun. I just don't want more Gatling gun type weapons for a little while. We could change this so it's not. This is the Homer sectional, it is. And I think I'm going to make it a compact car. So you only get one weapon. This is from the Gaslands Comprehensive Overhaul. The reality is I could use it as a regular car too. It just, I'm only going to use one weapon slot. And I'm going to make it a halvesy size, right? So it's only, it's a little Homer sectional. Child-sized. I think I like this thing better. The thing is I like this plate too. So what if I remove this, which honestly looks kind of lopsided anyways, and then pasted this over it so we get this armored plate with this piece in here, and then use both things. I think that's the way to do it, is a combination of two things. Yeah, we got the Redneck Riviera done. So it's the base compact car. The base difference is that it's like a buggy in price. It starts as a 6, and it goes up to. I guess I have to pull it up again. Okay, here it is. It is like, it's light like a buggy, has 6 hull like a buggy, it's handling of 4 like a buggy, but its max gear is 5 like a car, and it has a crew of 3 instead of 2 like a buggy or 2 like a car, but it only has 1 build slot, but it costs 6. So I think that's what I'm going to make this thing as. And I'm going to make it a 13-point vehicle. So it's 6. The weapon is going to be, what did we decide that the minigun was? A 5? And it'll have a 2-point perk, whatever the hell that is. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this. I'm going to cut this down. We're going to put it across the back. That'll help close some of this gap anyways. Mind that gap. And it's a new car type. It's not, because these Gaslands comprehensive overhaul actually changes some of the values of some of the vehicles. Well, I don't know that I'm ready to do that, but I don't mind. Ooh, we get like a free step out of this. All right, well, we may find a use for that. What is this stuff doing here that didn't make it? I just found out about that recently. I didn't know there was alternative rules. I don't want to add anything that might look like a weapon when it isn't. That confuses everybody, including me. We can do this. It drags way too low to the bottom. Looking to see if there's places where I can get some support for being glued and we have to glue that and glue it tight. And then this, we're going to want this flat. So let's come in here but I don't want to lose those 2 rivets. So where are my Tamiya cutters? I couldn't find those the other day. Did I put them here inadvertently? I did not. Why my Tamiya cutters wouldn't be here. I know they wouldn't be outside. No, I don't know why they wouldn't be here. All back there. No. Okay, well, we'll have to make do without them. I just don't want to lose this little rivet detail. So we will save that little guy for another time. Let's cut this in smaller portions. That's what we have these tools for. Slowest setting. Do you have a 3D printer, Hoffman? I'm thinking of... I can't remember if you do or not. I didn't think you did, but then you posted that thing of that kaiju, and I'm like, did you order that, or did you print it yourself? No, I don't want you printing things for me. I'm curious. I have a question for you if you do. I saw somebody that I know, and I don't remember who it is, that, oh, I know who it is, that they posted and just got a new printer. So I looked up what they go for, and they were actually really affordable. Well, they were $400 or something like that. I just don't want to buy something for $400 and it costs $1,200 worth of problems for me, you know? Get that blade off there. Okay, now this is going to be mated. Keep your pants on with this. And then the reason why this was at the right angle, I wonder if this is going to change the angle. So we're going to need to have this up like so, and the angle stays the same. Okay. You do, but you haven't used it in a few years. I kit bashed that kaiju from other kaiju. Well, you're probably going to tell me it's probably not worth it to get one, right? I just don't want the problems. I don't have the personality for the problems, right? Any problems here, I can work on it, but like, man, I want the software to do this and it won't let me do that. I'm like, I don't need that in my life. So, like if it was just a matter of like, drafting something and it printing it, like I've got drafting experience, like my mind works that way, but not like, well, you need to put it like this for it to, I don't want to, what's the thing? What's the thing that they say in that Harry Potter thing? So I don't want to bow to the hippogriff. I don't want to cater to this machine that's finicky and like, oh, I got to make sure how I tread because then it won't come out how I want to. I'm like, I don't have time for that. I ain't putting up with no uppity thing. This is actually a cool plate. But like these plates and stuff, I think these are by Switchyard Studios. Man, I could stand to have a lot more of these or make my own plates. But like this one, like I've got these little round pieces that are just like flash. Like this is perfect for like a hatch here. They'd be in the top. You'd swing the hatch open, close it back up. You in 3D printing would get some crazy stuff done, but I don't know if it's something you want to get into. Well, here's the reality, okay? Let's say I print things, right? And I'm good at it. It's going to cut into time painting this. Do I want time cut into this? No. So that's really the, the thing about it. It's like, I feel like I got a lot of time to work on my hobby, and even then I got a lot of stuff to work on, so it's like, I don't really need it And I've got a pretty good attitude about things until, like I said, you have to cater to something that is programmed not correctly. Technology should make your life easier, not create you more problems. If it's creating you more problems, it's something you shouldn't even get into. You know, if you're gonna spend money on something that's technology, it should make your life easier. Not, oh, it's another butt crack to wipe. I don't need that. You know. Okay, so this is going to get super glued here. It's still not as flat as it could be, so let's do more of this. Think I'm all right with that one? I think so too. You know, if I want to get there, there's some pro people that can do it. It's not like I'm spending hundreds of dollars every month getting things shipped to me from 3D printers that I could be making myself. I'm like, you know, like, I think you're right. And by the time you figure out how to use something, it'll misbehave, or, oh, that's 2 years ago technology, you're not going to get this upgrade. I'm like, I don't, like, for instance, this takes a long time to do it sometimes. The whole experience is pleasurable. You know? It's all pleasant. Or I enjoy it anyways. Like this little tinkering and doing these chassis I did yesterday. Wow, that's some empowering shit right there. I did not expect that to go as well as it did. I don't know why that's not. And I don't want to get something that costs money that I'm not using. Like I thought that Dremel thing I got, I wasn't going to use. I'm using it now, and you know, it's just I'm not looking for reasons to spend money on stuff, and it's certainly not if it's going to bring me frustrations I don't already have. You know, it'd be like the reason, like, hey, you want to get a new computer? Yeah. Well, why don't you get an Apple? No, that's going to cause me frustration. You know, I'm not saying apples are a piece of shit, but there's no point to start over again. Okay, I think I need to glue this first, because this is going to be inflexible where it goes. Let's put a little bit of a bend on it. You know, because I'm not a keeping up with the Joneses person. I'm like, oh, I got a 3D printer. Like, it works well. Oh, wait, next year they came out with a new one. Let me get a new thing. I don't play that game. Like, if mine dies, yeah, you get the latest one, right? Or the one that makes sense to afford. But not like, oh, there's something new. Oh, there's a new phone? Ditch my phone. I need an upgrade. Fuck that. I don't play that, you know. I don't. That's just wasteful. Yep, that's good. All right, so we need to super glue this bitch down. I compare your decision to not pursue 3D printing to your avoidance of Civil War studies. You haven't found a hook to make it worth your while. I would do 3D printing before I would study the Civil War. I do not interested in the Civil War. I don't. The only reason I can possibly think of to play Civil War stuff is I can play a game talk like this. You sons of bitches, you get off my property, you motherfucker. If I wasn't, you know, if I wanted to talk like an inbred motherfucker just to have fun, you know, the cartoon version of it, yeah, I'd be. But I got a redneck team I can do that with. Yeah. Look, there's some folks out there that, you know, the only reason I would, like, And I've got a drafting background. Like if it was like sketching things, but I took drafting the first time it was available. I was in high school in 1990 at the college. In my senior year, I took CAD the first year it was offered at the college with a digitizing pad. And it was pretty easy to use. Except formatting the fucking paper to print the right size. So like the easy thing is freaking complicated, you know? It wasn't a what you see is what you get. Like for instance, I have made signs, I have made flags, I have made little writings of the little guys' names on computer. How do I make that? I get an Excel sheet, something I'm very familiar with. I put the barriers of where the print area is going to be. I post things, Excel allows you, cells like graph paper, right? So you can size about what it is. Print a test copy, like, okay, so this cell is equivalent to that many inches, and then you can kind of size things. That's how I do it. I work visually, not like, well, you need to reduce this by a factor. Like, I don't operate that way, Not yet, anyways. Yeah, I don't want to spend money to create frustrations I don't already have, and really, I'm not willing to have any this hobby really to create any frustrations for me. This is pretty much a frustration-free hobby. It's like the people that hopefully you don't play with these kind of people frequently, but there's some people that are just never having a good time in a game. They bitch and complain. I'm like, why in this hobby? You go to the gun range, for instance, and people are never happy. Like, we used to do competitive shooting, Mitch and I. Not really, but it was a competitive, there was a scoring type thing. And half the people were just like bitter the whole time because they didn't do as good as they thought they were going to. Like, you need to find another hobby. Hobbies don't pay enough for you to be, angry all the time. Or whatever it is. Some people get it, just like arguing. I'm not interested in going online and arguing, keyboard command, I'm going to change it. You're not going to change anybody's opinion. You're not going to change anybody's opinion about anything. So, I don't fight losing battles. Like, oh, I can't win here? Fuck this. I'm going somewhere else. And I don't really want to change anybody's opinion anyways. Like, I don't want people to tell me what to do, and I don't tell other people what to do, so. But then again, I'm not 5'3". Where's my super glue? Where is my super glue? She walked away. It was here. Gremlins from the Kremlin struck. Alright, let's put some of these paints away. I know that they're the weathering colors. We won't be using them anytime soon because it's going to be a little while till this guy gets weathered. No. I can use the gorilla one. Ow. Okay, what was that? You bastard. Alright, go over there. I have no idea why the super glue's not back there. Something queer's afoot. There it is. What's it doing there? It's why some of you guys may laugh. Like, man, why are you so anal about having your area, like, not painting on your thing? Dude, because it's like, I spent enough time looking for shit. Alright, these are a free bonus. They're like little steps. I don't know that we're going to use them on this vehicle, but we'll use them on something. You know what? Start making a habit out of something. A grease pencil would work for this. A Sharpie will not. I said grease pencil because I think I got one of those back there, but I could be mistaken. Welcome to Glueland. That's a reminder, don't put paint here. Welcome to Glueland. I think that's what we're going to put. So, here and there. And it's not going to touch anywhere else other than those two spots. So there's no point in putting glue anywhere else other than those two spots. Make sure it's centered. I would do AWI before I would do American Civil War. If somebody says you have to do something, you have to do some kind of North American conflict, I'm like, cool, we're doing conquistadors and the Aztecs. I'm literally not interested in anything else. And I was actually kind of just relieved. I didn't have more Hot Wheels than I thought I did. Because I honestly thought it was like close to 400 or 600. That's even. The Spanish exploration conquest of Texas and New Mexico is some interesting stories. I don't know if they're wargameable. I don't either. As long as my people are wearing steel helmets, they can wear all the poofy pants they want, I'm in. I like those Moriones and the Cabasets and all those things. Fucking awesome. That means the gun's got to be pink, doesn't it? Yeah, we'll build this as a compact car, and if I need to change it, it can always be a car. It gets another slot, and you use the slot to make some kind of a drop thing, But it's gonna have a minigun as far as it does that much damage. It's not a minigun per se, but it's gonna be like a really heavy machine gun, right? Like a 20 millimeter, like Derek was saying, like a 20 millimeter would be a perfect weapon. Well, there you go. Although this really looks more like it. It's got a recuperator on it, so it's probably like 65 millimeter or something like that. But it does 46 dice, You did do AWI big time, most in the Carolinas. Artillery was your specialty. Those are some interesting Spanish battles in Arizona, roughly at the time of the American War of Independence. Some really good skirmish games could be made of it. Yeah, I've played an AWI game and liked it. There's enough different nations and stuff in there, I've thought about doing 7 Years' War. The problem is Mitch talked me out of it because it just ended up being like, okay, you all lined up, you shoot till you make a gap and exploit the gap. I'm like, all right, cool. So we've already played 20 battles in my head already. Let's move on to something else. But I would have done Prussia, Austria, and Russia. I would have done those three. So the white ones, the blue ones, and the green ones. All right, it's time for netting. This stuff is really good. I don't know if you picked some of this stuff up, Derek, already, but this is the Creepy Heroes. This stuff is awesome. Awesome. Awesome stuff. And the big netting I actually prefer than the small one. That doesn't mean I don't use the small one. It's just, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the small one here because this would normally have something of this size is going to have something significant in the passenger that he's holding on for dear life shooting it, and there's really nothing there, so we need to cover it a little bit to play some make believe. Now, this side has all the scallop things on the bottom. I need to get something to drink. I'll be right back. I'm glad you guys finally woke up. I was going solo there for a while. Be right back. I think if I had to put the reason for American Civil War I like the least, of all the reasons that I have 4 or 5 of them, it's probably the names. Well, what do you mean by that? Both sides are American. So you can't see somebody's like, oh, it's Johnston. Oh, he's obviously fights on this side. And that goes for any Civil War. Although, like I said, of all the Civil Wars, the one that's the best one, you can argue it's a Civil War or not. And that's Alexander's the Diadochi fighting over each other. By far. Not only is that the best one, that one actually interests me. That one is. I mean, it's not even close. Nothing is as interesting as that one. As technically Civil Wars go of any kind. Both sides have interesting things. I'm a fan. I'd say it's more exciting. It's definitely more exciting than Alexander. I didn't say there were better generals than Alexander. Simmer down. I think, what if we did big on the back and small on the sides? Let's do big on the back, small on the sides. If I did Diadochi, I would go 2 million. Put together all the armies, or most of them, spending years on the project. I don't know, if you use DBA, it wouldn't take that long. Or, a rule set that's like, the problem with DBA and Diadochi is that I'm not convinced that having 2 stands of pike representing a pike block is the right way to go. But Diadochi, I don't know. I'm not Greek. It's all Greek to me. I don't speak. No speaky Greeky. All right, let's go from there all the way to there. Man, I wish this was more visible. The only gripe about this thing is it takes a lot longer to cut this than I would have liked. I just marked it, and I don't know what the fuck I'm marking because it's the same color. But if we did that and we went here. All right, how many units are we going up? Let's go up whole units, 1, 2, 3. Let's go up 4 whole units. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're going to go up to there. Lost track again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's easy to cut it evenly across. I mean, it's much better than using like the mesh that comes from like repairing a Florida room or a screen room. That does not work well. It doesn't glue well. All right, now if we're going to keep this bottom part and we're going to keep this bottom part, we need to taper in, and we need to taper in to a half of this next one. So we're going to go a straight line from there to there and do the same thing. We're going to go there and taper it that one. Let's see what we got. And I like this cut a little bit, fit it, cut a little bit more. Like, I don't mind that. Perfect. Que bonito. Nice. Okay. Yep, keep that going. Are there any Diadochi you wouldn't do? I don't think there's any I wouldn't do. I think an interesting army would be that one guy that set up that kingdom, the Greco-Indians, Menander. That's an interesting army. First of all, it has a Cav general, which I think is the best unit to have as a general. Blade isn't bad. A blade general can be pretty badass, but you need some mobility. Oh, hold on a second here. We got some good commentation area. Yeah. I've been attracted to the Western theater of the Civil War, which has greatly been overshadowed by Gettysburg and the Eastern theater. You were saying that the other day, if I ever did ACW, it'd be something like the Western theater. Smaller, more intense battles in the West. For AWI, the Battle of Cowpens is the most interesting and playable. Cowpens, moo. The terrain would be fun to make, and I think it would do that Civil War scene from the good, the bad, and the ugly. I never watched the last 10, 15 minutes of that movie. Never watched it. So I guess that doesn't count as one of the few westerns that I watched. Again, we're affected by our fathers, whether we want to or not. My dad did not like sports, didn't watch sports. My dad didn't like westerns. We didn't watch westerns. I don't care for the firearms they used during the Western time period. So if I liked the firearms, I'd probably watch it. I don't hate Westerns. It's just, I don't really have a habit to watch them. I really don't hate Westerns. It's just, wasn't a thing I grew up watching. And I watch ACW movies. Mitch has only painted one thing, and it was a unit of American Civil War things, and they were rebels. So you can judge that whatever you mean, but whatever you want to make out of that. And he was in Illinois, so he was a contrarian. The term would be fun, terrain, yeah. Make all those little, like when I went to Historicon for the first time, Pennsylvania, all the country around there is just beautiful. Like, they look like Civil War battlefields, or like you would see like in a, with all the little fields and the corn. I mean, it looks cool. I think I would prefer. See, where would you have to go? I think that cavalry just don't have as big of a role. Like, I like Renaissance stuff better, because you could still like charge people and chop them up to bits. But you have the pikes to protect you from the horses, and you got the firearms that can like take out the horses before they get the you've got this. You got this more of a symbiotic, that's not what I'm trying to say, but just more rock, paper, scissors. Medieval's good that way. And Civil War, yeah, you got cavalry, but unless somebody's doing something really stupid, they're just basically mobile infantry that don't have a lot of firepower. They have less firepower than infantry. They're like dragoons. Dragoons, yeah, it could chop people up, but man, they got to do a lot of things. A lot of things have to go awry. It's kind of like the same way if you play medieval Total War or even Rome Total War, and you get like Numidian cavalry, right? They do a little circle, a Cantabrian circle, and they throw javelins and shit. You can't really use them to like run into people. Well, you can, and you could get chopped to bits. But they're like basically to wither people down and then like run away and go, and then shoot things. And then when people are running, yeah, then you can, have your way with them, But it's funny that I never painted a single horse until I first played my first DBA army. And then I'm like, I still love painting horses. They always turn out well. It's the muscle. You just paint the muscles and things like that. Okay. I think mixing the types of mesh on this also makes it, give it a little bit of character. All right, so we're gonna go. We're gonna go there, we're gonna go there. I've actually played an American Civil War game with Mitch. It was Ironclads, and the rules sucked because they only allowed to fire at the end of the move, and because we had casements. I'm not gonna play the North. I don't get talk like that the whole time. You son of a bitch! You better get off my pond. You know. So it was casements, so they only allow you to fire at the end of your turn. So there'd be a time where like your target is here, and you're you could shoot this way. So it wasn't an arc. So you move like this, and then you move through where the target was, and then you don't get to fire again because at the end of the turn you're not an arc. Like, those rules are broken and not fun to play. Like, it's too... I don't need to play a game and win every time, but like, you need to be like, you get a chance to roll. Not like, hey, you're here just to be a target. Like, I'll go do something else. And that's also why I don't like, one of the reasons I don't like sailing ship games. Same thing happens. Now it should be like you get to fire once and you get to pick where in the phase it is. Or something. Like, that would only happen to you one time while playing a game to realize it's fucking broken. And it doesn't matter whether you're playing the North or the South. Like, you can see like, okay, I want to play a battle, and I want it to be kind of even, so it means something. Not like, oh, I just showed up and it was like, beat up a bunch of kindergartners. Like, it doesn't make any sense. All right, we're going to make the other one on the other side the same dimensions or close to it. Using the other mesh was such a pain in the ass. Try to stick it underneath and take out, there's like just no tolerances inside these things. That's pretty good. Okay, those two are for that side. And then the fronts. Yeah, so Ben, so you like that? You like that movie, huh? I don't think. Hoffman has seen that one. We're talking about The Eagle Has Landed. It's a good old movie. Oh, interesting. All of these are like at an angle. And if I cut this like this, it'll actually be up and down, not at an angle. I think I like that. I think I like that. Let's try that. It'll look like that NASCAR mesh, right? That NASCAR mesh, if I remember correctly, it looks like a hatch. Yeah, hatch. Crosshatch. crosshatch thatch. Cut another one. You get a lot of use out of this stuff, though. Okay, so the height is perfect. We're going to cut from there to there off. Perfect. And we're going to take that off there. You still want the doors to potentially open. Maybe a little bit more. All right, let's make the other one exactly the same. Pretty good. Let's install them. Now, I can't really judge how these two little things come at the different angle. I think it'll work. You gotta, not everything can look like neat and tidy. So the reason I've started using the super glue this way is instead of buying the little containers like this that cost the same as, this is only 4 grams. You can get 25 grams. This is 20 grams. Sorry, 20 grams. The other one's 25 grams. 20 grams for the same price. So you get 5 times more here. Because I was just going through this way too fast. Like, man, why am I'm not super gluing that many things. Why is it? And then I realized how much was in there. Like, that thing is 90% empty. Like, well, we got to do something else. That just... When I was doing DBA, the only time I ever used super glue for is to attach the figures to the penny temporarily while I painted them. I didn't use super glue at all. It's all epoxy. I think somebody was asking me the other day, well, why don't you sell these things? I said, because the going rate on what these things go for selling, my time is worth more than that. You know? Well, the reality is, I don't know if I'd sell these if they were $200 a piece. I mean, obviously, I'm getting ridiculous on the pricing, but I mean, I need them to play a game. But you know, there's people that are selling them for like $20, paying them. I'm not going to spend it for $20. I'll keep it, thank you. I've painted things for people, but I haven't charged them. Like, I do it because I want to. You know, don't do it for the freaking money. You know, somebody pays you $20 for something. You drink what? You know, drink a couple beers, it's over. Like, where'd my car go? Oh, they have that, but you know, you pissed your beer away. I'm like, no, we're not going to do that. As I feel like the top is empty. Like, we need something on the top. Ow, you are sharp. We have this, but I think this belongs like on a pickup truck or something. It doesn't look bad. It's kind of a waste to use it on this. I better be careful. I'm actually liking how that looks. I'm liking how that looks. See, if I had a 3D printer, I'd printed this. I'm like, all right, I'll put that on there and just print another one. That's the only advantage I can see to 3D printing things. But, all right, you can have that one. Could put a speaker on there. What's that little pink guy doing? I don't know. He's blasting that homosexual music. Here we go. Here's the pack that I saw of thingies. That's like medical equipment. It's got... I saw another one. Another one that I have. Except they've got like it's got first aid symbols on it. Like this just doesn't want to help anybody. This guy wants to kill people, not mend people. It's a violent game. It was somewhere here. I saw it a moment ago. Earlier today, not a moment ago. I gotta remember, this is where these little drop weapons are. This like blower on the engine. I was looking for these the other day to use on something. You can't hardly see out of this damn thing. If you put the blower on it, it's just not that. It's not that fast. If it was really fast, I guess I could put it on top. I actually kind of like that. Well, why is the intake for the? Don't question what's going on inside the cabin there. Are you a mechanic? What doesn't make any sense? Nobody asked you. It doesn't make any sense to paint a vehicle pink, but these guys did. You know, it's Homer's car. I think I like that. I think I like that. Yeah, it's here. It's just it clutters up the front. It doesn't look bad, but then there's still nothing on the roof. You know, and it's not a weapon. I don't like putting something on there. It's like, why is there a gas can up there? Can I use that? No, it's just there for looks. Need to move it back from the front though. That way you need plenty of space for the recoil. Alright, so this is what this thing's going to look like built. Now, get this out of the way. Oh, here's these little steps. We work that into this anyhow? Let's see. That wouldn't look bad. I just don't think it's going to be very sturdy. I'm going to leave it off. Okay. Lots of stuff is dry on this. So this is glue land. That means don't put anything on there. Let's get some primer out here. Oh, that's the new one. Let's start back here. Man, using that hot glue gun to put the two cars together, that was a win. That was really worked well. Really worked well. All hail the hot glue gun. Well, some of you guys probably been using one for years. I've only got a couple of years in on mine. It's a great tool. I just didn't think it. Lots of people use like Elmer's for things. PVA. I think PVA doesn't grab worth a shit. But if you can use PVA, man, a hot glue gun is a lot stronger than PVA. Obviously, you can't. There's some things you can't use it for, but. I've had this vehicle. So this is the first vehicle I used. Obviously, it wasn't modified like this. We were playing with the cars loose. This is the first Gaslands race our group played about 7 years ago, and everybody bought their own cars, right? And they just used them right out of the package. I used this one. I actually won the race with this car. I drove correctly. Everybody else was like, I'm not like, it is a driving game. You need to get to the end. And the name of this vehicle was Pinky Pinkelstein. That's what I called mine. So I thought I was going to, we'll call this Pinky Pinkelstein. But I think the alternative name is a little bit more edgy. But it's actually good. It's a really good car model. It's tuned out a little bit. But that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. So just about every vehicle will make a decent Gaslands vehicle, except like that rubber ducky or the freaking eggshell guy or, models that are created on a dare. Hey, I dare you to make a Hot Wheels. It's this. Oh yeah, we'll do it. Yeah, and nobody will fucking buy it. What if they keep numbers on least popular I bet that is. That might actually be interesting. Least popular Hot Wheels or vehicles per year. So they release however many they release. Which ones are the duds that year? Now, I didn't even know about that whole treasure hunts and things to find things out. But what I've noticed is everything that's rare is, obviously it's just a paint job of something else. It's not like it's a model that's only available as a treasure hunt or a super treasure hunt. No, it'd be like, if it was a super treasure hunt that was like a Mustang, it's like a paint scheme that is unique to that Mustang that makes it a treasure hunt or a super treasure hunt or something like that. And those paint schemes are usually, as a general rule, god awful. Like, they're not like, oh, the best schemes are the ones that are the hardest to find. No, they're just memorable looking. I mean, I'm not saying they always look bad. I'm just like, you're not missing anything. If you want to like build things for this game, don't bother looking for, exclusive rare vehicles, because they don't, they're not more appealing. So, generally. Now, I have to look that up now, because now I've piqued my own curiosity. See, this is what happens when you guys don't rein me in. See, how are we going to visit? Least popular Hot Wheels models per year. Certainly they have numbers on this. Well, that's best and worst. That's somebody's opinion, okay? While specific year worst are subjective, collectors generally dislike poorly designed fantasy castings, such as the 392 Fox bodies or DR3. I wanted like some numbers from the company. I've never seen 20 most valuable collectible cars. $3,000, yeah, I'll give you $17 for it. Oh, I remember this one. Remember this one from being a kid? Red Baron. 69 Red Baron with white interior, $3,500. Maybe they only made a few of them with a white interior. This thing looks cool. I'm not spending $4,000 for it. It's a stretched Gremlin, but it's stretched in the front with another set of wheels. That'd be like perfect for having like a big cannon or something like that. Gremlins from the Kremlin. 71 Red Olds 442 with black interior. 1968 Pink Beatnik Bandit. $8,000. I wouldn't take that if you. That's ugly as hell. Now, I was surfing around, and I actually went looking for something. Not that I need any of these, but if I found this, I don't know how I found out that they even made this, but it's made by Hot Wheels. Hot Wheels Ferrari hauler. This is like a 2025. If I see this, I'm picking it up, because this is going to be a vehicle for my Italians. That's perfect. It looks like an objective, like you gotta stop that thing. These things run about $14. Something like that. It's got a. I don't know, do I have. What Ferrari is that? 250 GTO. I don't have a 250 GTO, but I have ones that look similar to 250 GTO. And it comes with the hauler and the car. I think that'd be good for like scenarios. But they didn't have that. But I think that one would be, that'd be kind of cool. Didn't have it. I mean, if I wanted it badly enough, I'd order it on eBay. I don't need it that badly. Just, you go to the store and see what's waiting there for you. So I think we're going to prime this and then we're going to stop because we need the primer to dry. I'm not one of those that's got to dry fully. It just needs to be dry before we do anything else to it. Get all the big stuff before we switch to a smaller brush. I think that's where we stop with that. Now we get the smaller brush out. Hang your brush up. Want one that's fine, but not one that is just... I think this one will be just fine. It can hold enough paint on it. How long have we been on here? Oh, gee. Is that 4? Holy shit. I hadn't had breakfast. I mean, I had a banana, that's it. I'm actually going to stop and eat, even if I got to come back and touch this up later. All right, folks. Thanks for stopping by.